AAA, check 86, Western Pennsylvania.
Thanks, you are this content.
November 3, Juliet Tango.
This is Whiskey 4 station.
Whiskey 4 Tango Golf.
Okay, Whiskey 4 Tango Golf. Kilo Tango 4 officers, check 91 Tennessee, over.
Thanks for Tennessee. Please take 401 multi, Whiskey 4 Tango Golf, 70 Victor Alpha.
Thanks, QRZ Cocktails, Kilo Tango 4 officers.
November 3, Juliet Tango.
November 3, Juliet Tango, you are number 174, uniform, Kilo Tango 4 officers. Check 901 Tennessee, Tango.
Okay, thank you. Number 559 United, N3JT, 60 Virginia.
Thanks, QRZ Cocktails, Kilo Tango 4 officers. Whiskey 4, Sugar Foxtrot, number 175, uniform, Kilo Tango 4 officers. Check 901 Tennessee, Tango November.
Sorry, the check in the section. Momentary, your number 560 United, N3JT 60 Virginia.
November Juliet 4 Quebec. That's right, November Juliet 4 Quebec. Roger, you are number 1A. Uniform, November Juliet 4 Quebec, 77 Virginia. Was that Maine, Mike Echo? Okay, thank you. Number 533, uniform, Whiskey 9 Alpha Victor, 55, Whiskey India. Check 55, Whiskey India, Wisconsin.
Victor Alpha 3, Juliet, Hotel Quebec. I'm just losing you in the QRM. Victor Alpha 3, Juliet, Hotel Quebec. 2, Golf Tango Alpha.
And 1PZP, standing by.
K1FFKTL162.2.
W1HAI and 1PZP. Thanks, Joe.
You're most welcome, James. W1HAI, I'll be standing by.
Could you be on standby for us for tomorrow? I've got a doctor's appointment, and Peter's got the Beatles show, and I haven't had a chance to chat with Matt yet, but if you don't hear the net, could you pick us up tomorrow?
Yes, I should be in pretty good shape. Having a delivery made sometime in that window, but hopefully it could work out. So I'll connect up and could see where we go from there. Yes.
All right, yeah, my doctor's appointment's at 2 o'clock up in Dartmouth. I doubt it's going to go 2.5 hours long, but we'll be in transit and everything. I can try to do it if we're not home in time and everything. Just having you there in case all else fails is a smart idea. So thanks.
Okay, very good. We'll look forward to that. All right, I'll let you get ready for this and be standing by. M1PCP from W1HAI.
All right, thanks very much. Yeah, we're at this indoor sports bar, which is a swimming pool, and they have a ton of TVs and everything, and they have food and everything, so it's really cool, and I'm friends with the owner. So when you can't do as much, because of the weather, you've got to resort to plan Bs and plan Cs. So we really like coming here and become good friends with the owner and everything. So he really enjoys having us. All right, we'll see you for the net, and we'll be standing by.
Very good, James, and hello to all there. Thanks for doing it from that locale. W1HAI.
Cycle 2 of the ARRL Western Mass Traffic Net will begin in about 3 minutes. If anybody needs any of the network, this would be a perfect time. 91 PZP standing by. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Cycle 2 of the ARRL Western Mass Traffic Net. This net meets daily on the K1FFK Mount Greylock 146.910 repeater with a PL of 162.2. The purpose of this net is to handle any messages between the cities and towns of Western Mass and to provide liaison to the first region net that meets daily 3950 at 2 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. local time.
K1FFK.
This is a directed net. This net is also a traffic handler's training net. Please do not break the net unless you have emergency or priority traffic. Please do not leave the net without informing the net control station whenever possible. Today your net control station is N1PZP. My name is James, and I'm in Manchester, New Hampshire. When checking in, please use standard ITU phonetics, and please speak loudly and slowly. You do not need to have traffic to check into the net, and you may check in regardless of whatever level of traffic handling experience you might have. At this time, are there any stations holding emergency or priority traffic? Emergency or priority traffic, please call now. Do we have any Echolink stations? Echolink stations. W1HAI, I got you in the log, Joe. Anybody else on that link? And lastly, do we have anybody for today's net? Anybody for today's net? Please call me.
Here is Kilo Charlie 1, Tango Alpha Oscar, KC1. Field mass, no traffic, good afternoon.
Here is November 1, Zulu Golf Alpha, Josh here in Bennington, Vermont. Commercial power, battery backup available, no traffic. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to Obi if you're listening, Obi. This is N1 CGA.
Whiskey 1, Juliet, everyone JJP is J. No traffic there. Commercial. Whiskey 1, Tango, Dave in Hinsdale, Mass. Commercial power, no traffic, too short announcement. This is Kilo Delta 2, Juliet, Kilo Victor, Peter, commercial power, Pittsfield, Mass, no traffic. This is Whiskey 1, Mike Delta Tango, name is Matthew, currently mobile in Manchester, Connecticut. Battery power, no traffic. Kilo Delta 2, Romeo Oscar, Juliet, Tom, Alright, that was a great follow-up. Did I recognize the KC1CAO, Tom, good afternoon, and 1CCA, Tom, good afternoon to you. KC1JPU, Mr. Matt, good afternoon. W1JJP, Jake, good afternoon. W1CCC, Dave, this is a short announcement. Good afternoon to you. KC1JJP, Peter, sir, good afternoon. W1FCC, Matt, and KC2RO, Jake, Tom. Anybody else? Please call out. Alright, like I said, that was a great call. We got 10 people so far. Dave, take it away with your announcement.
Thank you, James. Whiskey 1, Tango. Reminder to all ham radio operators, including the members of the Northern Mercer Amateur Radio Club, that they will have their on-air meeting tonight at 6 p.m. on this repeater, Mount Greylock machine. So that's the Hobart meeting, 6 p.m. tonight on this machine. Second announcement, for all those that are interested, and I hope a lot are, the Newcomers Roundtable is going to start again on December 6th. It will be held on the first Sunday of each month. It's designed for new hams to learn more about the hobby, and with that, we hope that a lot of the older hams will get in there and give us ideas on antennas, digital operation, net operation, and net control stations and all that. So join in. Hope to have a good turnout on that. And again, that's the first Sunday of each month at 6 p.m. on this repeater, Mount Greylock. Whiskey 1, Tango, back to that.
N1TZP, okay, Dave, very good. Anything else before we wrap things up today? Kind of rushing things on a little bit, but sorry about that. Is there anybody else that would like to join in with or without traffic or announcements, etc. for the group? All right, with that, we'll wrap things up. Like I said, we had 10 seconds. That was a great turnout. Without you, there'd be no net. With nothing heard, we're going to thank the Northern Berkshire Amateur Radio Club for the use of the repeat, which will now return back to regular amateur radio use. Thank Dave as well for the use of the Echolink, and Joe for all that he does with his Echolink stuff. All comments, concerns may be directed to Peter, kd2jkv@gmail.com, or myself at LaFrance26 @yahoo.com. Have a great rest of the day, everybody, and one TVC first.
Take care, James. See you later. And to Peter as well, 7-3. WNHAI.
K1FFK.
And 1 TZP and 1 NHT. And 1 TZP and 1 NHT. 1 NHG clear.
K1SSK. Down here asking me for ordering it and why I up to.
Yeah, well, I mean, the design was already out there. There was a guy down at W4 that designed the thing, but the particular thing that I helped him with that.
Yeah, the Junior, Alpha Light, and the President or the King or something. There's another one, but they're all short antennas.
Well, yeah, the Grand Tempe or whatever it is. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense there, Bruce. Yep, that's a good way to do the feedback, particularly if you've got a intervening transformer in there. Yeah, it's very, very clean. It really is excellent. When I'm testing, I mean, this is kind of extreme, but I'm an extreme audio person. I use triangle waves to test audio drivers for Class B grids. Because boy, if there's an anomaly or a nonlinearity in the system, it is going to show up instantly with the triangle wave. I use typically like a 400 cycle triangle wave and feed it into the system and look at it on an oscilloscope. And man, you'd be amazed at how bad some of the stuff out there is. Yours probably will work perfect because you built it correctly, but. And you put a triangle wave, it looks everything looks like everything but a triangle wave when it comes out. That's how I test it. It finds weaknesses in the system and all that stuff. But yeah, feed some kind of a signal in there, either a triangle wave or sine wave, and measure it. And you also see with the triangle wave, you'll see if the driver is starting to clip on peaks. The other thing to note, I'm sure you already know about this, but I'll mention it anyway, is that the grid current on the 833As will be higher in the absence of plate voltage on the 833As. So just, keep that in mind too.
Oh yeah, well I would only perform the test, Steve, with the full plate, the normal operating plate voltage on the 833As, no question about it. And you're right, you do have to factor in the grid bias voltage, which right now is about negative 38 volts on each of the grids of the 833As. I would hate to see what a triangle wave looks like through this transmitter. I've got, the input transformer, which takes the balanced audio input. Of course, it provides voltage gain and it essentially provides the split through the entire push-pull audio driver. And then you've got a driver transformer, and then you've got the modulation transformer, along with the modulation reactor and the DC blocking capacitor. And, when you have that kind of a reactive complex network, I just can't imagine it being favorable to a clean triangular pulse, that's for sure. I mean, when you run a Class C rig, and I'm not telling you anything new, of course, I think that's the de facto test standard, is to run a triangular wave, a sawtooth, through the transmitter as a test of the linearity.
Yeah, that's what I do when I designed all these modulators. Actually, every modulator I think I've designed over the past 30 years or so, I use a triangle wave to prove them out.
Yeah, but I have to make that measurement. Frank has been after me for a while to do it, and I just have to do it. Maybe I'll do it over the next weekend or so. It's a simple thing to do. Just have to drag out the scope and just connect it between grid and ground. And as I say, run tone at 100% modulation and see what the numbers come out to be.
Yep, exactly. It'd be interesting to try a triangle wave and see what it does. Because that's that's sort of and it's possible to, it's definitely possible to build a transformer coupled vacuum tube modulator that will modulate a triangle wave. I mean, I know you probably have done it also. I've built tube modulators that will do that. And they're transformer coupled. I'm not talking about pulse width modulators, which will obviously do it, but it involved everything's direct coupled right up to the grids of the tubes, and then a fair amount of negative feedback that includes the entire modulation transformer. The secondary of the mod transformer is in the feedback loop and fed that back, and you can actually get a triangle wave modulated properly.
Well, my experience has been is that it's difficult to include the secondary, the modulation transformer within the feedback loop because of phase shift issues. In fact, I think Tom K1JJ had tried that, and I think he tried it on my advice originally. This was many years ago, and he couldn't get the thing to become stable. So ultimately, he went back to sampling the feedback voltage off the plates of, I guess it was his push-pull 4-1000A modulator. But no question, if you could include the mod transformer within the feedback loop, that's the right way to do it, just as in a conventional vacuum tube audio amplifier, where the secondary winding of the output transformer, of course, supplies the feedback voltage. But then once you have more than maybe one transformer, two transformers in that loop, I would say one transformer maximum, you really run the issue of instability because of the phase shift within the transformers. So in my particular rig here, as I say, I'm sampling the feedback voltage off the 833A plates, and the only transformer that's within the feedback loop is the audio driver transformer.
Right. That's the only way you can make it work, is if there's one transformer, and that's the modulation transformer. If everything else in the system has no phase shift at high frequencies, the audio driver is directly coupled and everything, if successful, you can put quite a lot of negative feedback around the system. Obviously, you got to make sure that the feedback loop isn't going to be, feeding stuff back at 30 kilohertz or something like that. I adjusted the feedback loop a little bit so that it wouldn't take off, but it was actually straightforward to keep it from doing so. So yeah, it worked perfect, but you're right. The key is you can only have one transformer.
I built up a pair of Colorado audio amplifiers, kind of esoteric. They're single-ended, directly heated triodes. They're two-stage. I get voltage gain from a line-to-grid transformer. That swings the grid of a 45, a directly heated triode. and then that is coupled through an interstage transformer to a Western Electric 300B, and then the output transformer. And I couldn't use feedback. Not that you really have any necessity to do so in such a simple amplifier using directly heated triodes, but in the event that I did, it would be a problem because there are two transformers within the feedback loop. So feedback is essentially not possible in such a circuit.
Right, yeah. If you've got that second transformer, and particularly a driver transformer, it's definitely not going to work. But yeah, if everything is solid state and relatively low impedances compared to tubes and all that, with op amps and circuitry that's predominantly low phase shift at work. But yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to do someday. Because it really is possible to do it. It's funny, I look back at the old broadcast transmitters, that were made, and the components existed, even in the 40s. They had these, low mu, high current triodes, and it would have been possible to build a direct coupled audio driver with these low mu, high output triodes, coupled directly to the grid, have everything in the system, so no other transformers, and be able to put that loop of negative feedback and include the modulation transformer. And those old transmitters, would have sounded amazing.
But it just kind of occurred to me, Steve, that when Tom tried to include the modulation transformer in the feedback loop, I think he was running Frank's solid state driver. And obviously, if you're including the mod transformer in the feedback loop, there's no need to provide balanced feedback because the output of the modulation transformer obviously is single-ended. But I think I was still having stability issues using the GFZ audio driver, and again, sampling the feedback voltage off the secondary of the modulation transformer.
Yeah, I can't speak with any sort of authority. I don't know anything about Frank's circuit, so I don't know any. I don't know if there's any inherent phase shift occurring in that circuit itself. I only know the circuit that I personally built. I was able to put the modulation transformer secondary in the feedback loop with a lot of feedback, by the way, quite a lot. And I didn't have any issues, but it just would have been too bad he didn't have that set up, because now I live so far away. To find out exactly why that didn't work, what was the issue in there? Because the modulation transformer was a stand core multi-match modulation transformer, definitely not a broadcast mod transformer, which I think you've got there, don't you?
I do. I have it's a replacement transformer, not a Peter Dahl. It was made by a company called Aiden Energy. And I guess they were a spin-off of a company called Electro Engineering. I'm sure everybody's heard of them. They made a lot of magnetics for companies the likes of Gates and whatnot. I think I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Hello. Yeah, acoustic feedback from my transmitter into my microphone. Let me just rotate it a bit. Anyway, it's a very good transformer. Even has a tertiary winding for modulating the driver in a broadcast transmitter if you wanted to get a little bit more linear modulation and better positive peak capability. But it is a true broadcast-grade modulation transformer. And there was something else I wanted to mention, too. I can't remember what it was about the feedback loop. Anyway, yeah, it would be the right way to do it. Oh, I remember now. There was a transmitter, Steve. It was made by GE. I think it was called the XT20. And it did not use a driver transformer. This was before, the popular cathode follower direct coupled into the modulator grid circuits were widely deployed, the likes of which Gates had used. But GE used, believe it or not, a pair of push-pull Class A 845s, and they capacitively coupled the cathodes. They were cathode followers, into the grids of the modulator tubes. There was no driver transformer. And that transmitter used this incredible UTC LS series modulation transformer. I think it was an LS692 if my memory serves me correctly. But in a circuit like that, where again you don't have the two transformers within the audio loop, that would have been a possible candidate for wrapping the feedback off the secondary of the mod transformer into a voltage amplifier stage within the audio driver. This is W2XR.
Oh, sure. Definitely W2XR and WA1QIX. We're probably monopolizing the conversation here, Bruce, but this is interesting. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Yeah, it's complicated. I mean, it's an analog circuit. I mean, really, if you think about it, building a pulse width modulator is easier than building an analog modulator if you expect the analog modulator to have the same audio performance, because analog is tough. You got issues with feedback like we're talking about here. You got phase shift. You've got anomalies with transformers. Although you got a good transformer, I would imagine with a broadcast mod transformer, the phase shift would be even less. But you still have to be careful of the overall system bandwidth to not be so great to give rise to any instability. But yeah, the one I did, I put a lot of effort into making sure there wasn't any phase shift anywhere within the driver at all. It was all op amps and low impedance circuitry, and so right up until the last, and it was actually, there was feedback within the audio driver itself. The driver has local feedback within itself to minimize phase shift and also equalize everything out. And then there was a big feedback loop around the whole thing, as you say, an unbalanced feedback loop. Yeah, it worked. It was a while ago that it did that, but it was I wanted to prove it out, and I said this is possible to do. It is possible to do this. We know how to do it. We have the technology. We got the we collectively amongst all of us, we have the brain power to come up with a circuit that will that'll do it. So, but you sound fantastic as you are. So I don't notice any intermodulation distortion or anything like that, Bruce. It's a very, very clean signal.
I appreciate that, Steve, coming from you in particular. And the lack of IMD is really, that says it all. That's the hardest thing of all to achieve. And suffice it to say, your rig sounds, well, I'm not telling you anything new. I've been saying this for years. I think you're essentially the baseline or the benchmark for audio quality for AM in general, broadcast or otherwise. So kudos again to a job certainly well done. The other thing I did too is I did add another 36 microfarads of energy storage between the swinging choke at the input to the plate supply and where I tap off for the 833As. And then there's a second filter choke, a smoothing choke, followed by 12 microfarads, which provides as much ripple rejection as possible for the 4-400A final amplifier stage. And I did notice when I added the additional 36 mics to the plate supply that the rig does positive modulate somewhat better, looking at the mod monitor here. So obviously having as much energy storage within the plate supply is always an advantage, not to mention, of course, that it does provide a somewhat lower impedance return path of the audio to ground. So between that, increasing the plate voltage on the 845 audio driver stage by about 200 volts, I think I've pretty much optimized everything here as best as I can. And I'm idling the 845s at 130 milliamperes, which is 65 milliamperes per tube, which is pretty good Class A operation. Although the optimum would really be to bias the tubes probably closer to about 160 milliamperes Raytheon did that in the RA1000 transmitter. They ran 1450 volts plate supply voltage, self-bias, 195 volts on the cathodes. So obviously you're dropping about 200 volts through the tube, which is about 1250 volts on the plate voltage for the tube, with 80 milliamperes. But that's full rating on the 845s, and I couldn't see doing that. So I think 130 milliamperes at 1300 volts with about 155 volts on the grids as bias and self-bias. The panels they're running hot, but they're still well within rating. And you're right, I think we're monopolizing this. This is unusual for me. I hate to be disrespectful to the other stations on frequency. So I'll pass it over to you, Steve, and then you turn it over to who gets it next. WA1, and I could talk about this stuff all day. I'm sure you could too. WA1QIX and the group, this is W2XR.
I imagine there's probably a lot of people listening, Bruce. This conversation is interesting. Well, at least we think it is. Yeah, W2XR, WA1QIX, Mirror Lake. Yes, very, very good. No, I mean, you were definitely within the ratings. I did not know that the RA1000 had a driver like that. They have them somewhere around, well, somewhere. I don't know if it's here. It might be here. I've got a modulation transformer from an RA1000. I've got a mod reactor that goes with that as well. It may be the one that came from it. I haven't used the thing in years, but it's a good size, broadcast piece of broadcast iron. It's pretty big. It's pretty heavy. The reactor is bigger and heavier. I've been holding on to it. If I ever build a tube transmitter again someday, I want to use that. When I did use it, I had a pair, very similar to your setup, a pair of 833As. And I did, in fact, use a direct coupled audio driver with that. That was back that was back before my son Joseph was born. So that was like 1985, 1986. He was born in 87. By the time 1987 came along, I was using a pulse width modulator with a single 4PR1000 for that transmitter. So yeah, interesting. It's interesting stuff. Anyway, let me see if Dan, hopefully Dan didn't fall asleep. He's real technical. He'd probably eat this up. W1TAN, WA1QIM.
Oh, August is dead here now.
Oh, I guess Dan probably went to dinner. Who was that? Was that you there, Bear?
No, it's W1DA. I'm having fun. No, I'm enjoying the conversation. It's good stuff all the way through. And, back in the 40s, they made good sounding transmitters. The engineering and the hardware was quite good. So you don't have to worry about how good it sounds. And also recordings, music recordings. Once they got to about 45-ish and stuff, things started sounding really, really good. And W2XR certainly knows about the amp real machines, the 300 series, sounding excellent. So I'm all for biasing, peak drives, and all this other stuff. I learned a lot with a number of transmitters, starting off with the Apache, and mostly with my Viking 2 on the Viking 2. Learned about screen biasing and bypassing and driving the grids. And I always measure grids peak to peak and one grid to the other grid. So you don't have to worry about the bias. Feedback on that, and essentially what I did was I ended up taking a 20-watt solid-state audio transformer with a hi-fi transformer backwards to feed the grids of the 807s of the Viking 2. And then I wrapped extra feedback on that. I gotta tell you, I can only get about 20 dB negative feedback before I started getting oscillation due to the phase shift of the two transformers. So yes, one transformer is about all you can do as far as phase shift. So that's my story. So the question is, how does this Optimod sound? It's better. I know it won't sound as good as W2XR, but I found the reason for my distortion, and it is a little bizarre, but I resolved that, and I think we're back in business. W2XR and any lurkers are going to come in, W1DAN.
No, I don't hear any lurkers there, Dan. Good to hear your radio, too, my friend. W1DAN in the group from W2XR. It sounds good. It sounds excellent. And I heard you mention before that you're using a TV Optimod. And I'm assuming that you disconnected the 75 microsecond pre-emphasis that I think is inherent in the FM and the TV Optimod. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've ever heard a TV or an FM Optimod used here on AM. I've heard a number of conventional Optimods. In fact, I have one here. I have a 9100A, which I almost never use, but that's a conversation perhaps later for today, but it sounds very, very good. And I used to use a similar circuit when I first built this transmitter. I started building this rig back in 1979. And at one time it was only a single 4-400A, but I always had a pair of 833As as the modulator section. And I used to use a backwards connected Dynaco Stereo 70 output transformer. And at one time I was actually using one half of a Dynaco Stereo 70 as the driver. And I used that for years, and it worked out very, very well. And then I came across an Altec Lansing 15608A amplifier. Like the Stereo 70, uses a pair of EL34s in class AB1. It's not an ultralinear circuit, interestingly enough. It's just conventional pentode, no regulation on the screens. And I converted that to triode operation. I just strapped the screens to the plates. You lose about half the output power, but you gain it in lower distortion. I used that for years as well. And then back around 2006, I came up with this new 845 audio driver circuit, which is literally, Steve, a carbon copy clone of the circuit that both Gates and Raytheon used in their kilowatt class broadcast rigs of the era, which in the case of Raytheon was the RA1000A, and in the case of Gates was the BC1F. And those transmitters, and I have to agree with what Dan said, they were great sounding transmitters, and I can only speak with experience in the case of the BC1F, because I had a summer job when I was in college doing transmitter maintenance and engineering for a local AM broadcast station, and they had a Gates BC1F, and I always loved the sound of that transmitter. It was, I think, built in 1952. And they had a Gates BC5P, which I think sounded like garbage by comparison. But the little 1 kilowatt rig with the push-pull Class A 845s, it always sounded to me, listening to the off-air monitor at the transmitter site, like listening to a big jukebox. It just had this very full, rich, robust tone to it. And when the opportunity presented itself, I decided to build up the same audio driver circuit as Raytheon and Gates used. The only difference really, again, was the plate voltage that Raytheon ran on the Class A 845s. They ran 1450 volts plate supply voltage and about 200 volts in self-bias grid bias. So again, the tube was seeing about 1250 volts. And Gates ran about 1250 volts with similar cathode current, so the tube was seeing roughly about maybe 1,050, 1,000 volts.
And the 845s again and the BC1F are much less stress from a plate dissipation standpoint than in the Raytheon rig. So I'm running my 845 similar to the way Gates ran them in the BC1F. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. I love talking about this kind of stuff, as you guys can certainly tell. But Dan, the rig sounds great, and I'm curious what you did to that Optimod to make it sound so good. I don't hear any of the clipping distortion that you typically hear with an Optimod when it's aggressively pushed, which I don't like personally. So please enlighten us. I think it goes over to Steve in the meantime, or anybody else who wants to join in. WA1QIX with the group. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Yeah, very fine. W2XR and a fine group here, WA1QIX, Mirror Lake. I'm going to sign out here in a moment. Yeah, interesting. It's funny that you mentioned the BC5P, so I was chief engineer of a radio station down in Fall River, WSAR, and they had a BC5P, and they had a Gates, both Gates, and they had a Gates MW5A, pulse width modulation, vacuum tubes. And, and we used to have to use the BC5P every so often, for whatever reason. Something was wrong with the PWM rig, or we were working on it or whatever. And it was nowhere near as clean as the MW5A. I mean, that's a real hard comparison to make a very old transformer coupled modulator with a relatively straightforward transformer coupled driver to a pulse width modulator. But the most notable thing about it was that, on music, particularly music that had a lot of low frequency content, you'd hear intermodulation distortion. It was quite noticeable. And the transmitter was working properly. The audio driver everything was good. The tubes were all really good in the thing and all that. We maintained it well. And it would pass a proof of performance. No problem. We used to do proofs on both transmitters. But it just was nowhere near as clean as the pulse width modulator job. It was just listening to it, even though it would pass the proof, the distortion measurements are there. It's the intermodulation distortion that was real noticeable. But what a big transmitter that thing was. We have the BC5P and the MW5A right next to each other in this big row at the radio station. The studio and transmitter were co-located in the same facility. And it was kind of, a big, impressive transmitter, the BC5P. But, it's changeover switches, and so on and so forth. One of the best tube transmitters I ever had at a station was a Collins 21E. I had one of those at WORC. I was chief engineer there, and that was their main transmitter was Collins 21E. And they had a BC1, I think it was a BC1 backup transmitter, and that was a very good sounding transmitter. You're right; those Gates 1 kilowatt rigs, particularly the newer ones, really sounded good. That had the direct coupled audio driver in it with the 807s. That was a reasonable circuit, and that was a pretty good sounding transmitter. It sounded every bit as good as the 21E, and the 21E sounded good, and I had modified it to improve the modulation capability and some other things to it, and had a negative peak limiter and output and all that stuff, because we were competing against MW5s across town, so that kind of gave us the edge. You can tell I was a fairly new chief engineer. I'd only been chief engineer of radio stations for about 3 years. It's a funny story. It's WA1QIX for ID. And we used to bang the positive peaks. I made modifications to the transmitter. It would modulate 140, 150% positive. The 21E, it would really strap. And it was really good, and the station was nice and loud and everything. So I had an FCC inspection one day. And the guy came in, and inspecting the station, and he comes into the studio, and I got the 2 meters there. transmitter was located in Auburn, Mass. And the studio was downtown Worcester. So I'm monitoring the positive and negative modulation. The positive modulation was bang against the pin. What the heck? We had a BLR, I think, as I recall, a mod monitor would do simultaneous positive and negative peaks. Positive peaks are off scale. Boom, boom, boom. The meter read up to 133%. The guy didn't say anything about it. He said, let's go to the transmitter. So we go up to the transmitter site. He's inspecting that. He said, well, you're running illegal modulation. I said, no, I'm not. Look at the negative peak is cleanly kept at about 95% negative. He said, no, you're positive. I must have looked like a deer in the headlight. I went, what? He said, yeah, you can't overmodulate in the positive direction. That rule went into effect in such and such a year. I said, I didn't even know that. I said, all the stuff I had studied was all old material, and the positive peaks at the time weren't limited, or I missed it or something. The guy didn't cite the station because of that. He said, well, you got to correct that problem. So I corrected it like right away while he was there. I adjusted the modulation, and he didn't cite the station because he recognized that there was no malicious intent. But boy, was I scared for about 10 minutes in there. So that's my Collins 21E story. Anyway, this is a fun conversation here. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Bruce and Dan. Yeah, the old stuff, really, the old recording techniques, and, considering the equipment wasn't that wonderful, it's really amazing what people did with that stuff. Really, you think about it. Nowadays we got it easy. Digital 24-bit A to D converters, and 100 and some odd dB dynamic range, no noise. I mean, it's like, not back then. You had to know what you were doing. Anyway, I'm going to step out of the QSO because I got a bunch of other stuff to do before I eat dinner. Probably end up eating around 7:30. So this has been great, Bruce. It's been wonderful to hear you, and thank you for getting on here. The transmitter sounds fantastic, and wonder what you can do about getting on 160. That's the question. I don't know how small your lot is. Like I said, I got 3/4 of an acre here, and it's the antenna doesn't fit. So I got 140 feet of it, and then I drop down the ends. The W2XR, W1DAN, WA1QIX, Mirror Lake.
That's great, Steve. That's a great story about the positive peaks. Yeah, 125%. I think that went into effect in 1968 or so. I don't know. I got my first phone in 1972. I should know this. WA1QIX and the group from W2XR. Yeah, what was I going to say? I remember now. I think you're right. I think that analog technology has really been pushed to the limit with amazingly good results. And I have to agree with what Dan said earlier, that in 1945, and I think this is true not only of broadcast transmitters, but just recording and reproduction, playback in general, there were some incredibly talented engineers, particularly here in the U.S. and I think in the U.K., who really perfected recording both on film soundtrack, optical recording, and certainly disc recording. And then in 1948, although it was really invented during the Second World War by the Germans, by Telefunken with a magnetophone, magnetic tape recording. Everything was in place for really, really high quality recording and reproduction. I think the final key was really magnetic tape recording, the perfection of it. And even 78s, you have to really think out of the box. But 78s have the most incredible mid-range reproduction. I really should clarify that by stating later generation 78s. I'm not talking about the old acoustic recorded 78s, but I'm talking about when audio technology had really been perfected, again, in the mid to late 1940s. If you listen to a 78 through the proper preamplifier, and I say that because 78s either are recorded without any EQ or with a manufacturer or a record label specific EQ, They didn't use what was called the RIAA curve. And if you forget about the signal-to-noise ratio or lack thereof of 78s, and the fact that they really had no bottom end, and they really had no top end, but the mid-range was absolutely musical. I can't really, to this day, get the kind of mid-range accuracy out of a 33 1/3 LP that you can get out of a later generation 78. And you can be prepared to be roundly panned over that statement. The guys that are really, really in the know about audio will agree with that. Now, the only thing I think that's better in terms of full range reproduction, if you're still talking in the analog domain, would really be 2-track open reel tape at 15 inches per second. And Dan has a good memory. He remembers. I do run a number of Ampex machines down here. I've got a Model 300 2-track, a 351 2-track, AG440B 2-track, 440C 2-track, and I had a 602-2, which was a 7-inch machine, portable, but that's a fixed speed at 7.5 inches per second. And those machines were flutter generators anyway. But yeah, I mean, the vacuum tube technology had been perfected, the transformer technology had been perfected, the transducer technology had been perfected in terms of microphones, magnetic cartridges for playback. Certainly loudspeaker technology was actually perfected back in the late 20s, and really it reached its zenith in the mid-1930s with Western Electric, RCA, and Lansing perfecting what was called the Shearer horn for very clean bass reproduction. And they had to have very sensitive loudspeakers back then because clean amplifier power was very, very costly. But anyway, that's a whole different conversation relative to the bias of 845s or 833As. W1DAN in the group. This is W2XR.
Sunny W2XR, W1DAN. You got that right. Well, very good. Well, I have to say that as one who has transferred hundreds of 78 RPM records, I have done records in the early to mid-1950s that have frequency response to about 15 seconds. And I know that I've done records that have gone down to 100 hertz. Most of the curves were derivations of the AKB curve, plus or minus, depending on what frequency it had. But there was a bass boost and treble drop on everything else, depending on the company. So there was some equalization done after the acoustic had gone to electric record. But some of the recordings I've listened to, I picked up a CD of a remix and master of Frank Sinatra songs. And this guy transferred the tape and did a mix down from 3-track to 6-track Kaufman Chalker Ampex recorder, the 2-track for a CD, and it sounds amazing. I mean, I can tell at limited parts that they're hitting that aren't on the radio. Other than that, it sounds wonderful. So then I just restored some radio shows from 1945 in California that were electrical transcriptions, actual analog pressings that had good frequencies. Dynamic range, I would say, probably 60 to 70 dB dynamic range on it without a lot of surface noise. And I'll tell you, I didn't do any limiter acting in this tremendous. Good stuff. Now, on this Optimod, I did not take out the 75 microsecond for emphasis, or both today. It is heading towards 150 microseconds up to about 5 kilohertz, and then the boost flattens off. Apparently it doesn't drop off. I'd like to get that done. I need to do more work there. But we have a little bit more of an aggressive boost, starting at about 500 meters. To try and get through a shortwave receiver. That's the main thing I did. Played around with a couple of other things, but with very limited success. Undid those other things. So this is a guinea pig. And very good on the 9100. I have a 9100 too as well. And we can get deep into the discussions on that. As we have stated in the past. So this is essentially a 2-band compressor, 200 hertz in the base and about 200 hertz, tied with a high frequency limiter, and then some clipping and distortion cancellation around the clipping, similar to the 9100. This is not really a multi-band processor. So, I'm driving it, I'm making some mods, putting out the soldering iron, doing some things, driving it for a while, see what it does, and see if it's viable. WA1QIX if you're there. If not, have a good dinner. W2XR, W1DA.
And I neglected to wish Steve a bon appetit as well. I think there was a breaker in there, Dan. Hang on one second, but before we do, I just want to check the tuning on my transmitter here. And that's it. Let me just look at the bias on the 833As. They drifted a little bit up too, but they're fine. Okay, very good. I think there was a braking station in there. If there was, rather, go ahead. This is W2XR.
I'm not braking. Okay, hello.
That's right. I'm not braking either. I'm just broken. I heard Fugly, and this is WB2GCR.
Hey, Budley, good to hear you. Last time you and I chatted was on May 23rd. WD8BIL in the group from W2XR. It's a good signal. A little bit weaker than I remember, but again, that's not really a... don't take that comment to heart. You know, band conditions being what they are, time of day and whatnot. But you're coming in about 60 dB carrier level on the R390A, if that means anything to you. And you're 100% readable, and the signal sounds good. And I'm glad you need to get the antenna back up. And I think I heard Bear in there too. I'm not sure. So let me take a pause again and see if I'm copying everybody well here. I'm just momentarily distracted, just looking at something. Anyway, Bear, if you're there, go ahead. This is W2XR.
Yeah, Bruce, I just need to know if you prefer the cactus needles on the 78.
No. I've heard acoustic recordings played back on an acoustic type of phonograph at a friend's house many, many years ago, and I was still amazed at how good it sounded. I mean, that's the epitome of the 78 sound, the way that most people remember it, of course. You know, a poor signal-to-noise ratio, no bass, no high end, but even still, listening to an acoustic recorded transcription played back acoustically, I still maintain the mid-range was quite amazing.
Yeah, I'm just making light of the cactus needle thing, because I'm not being too serious. Just wanted to say hello, or Dan talking about stuff that's nearly down to my heart. Hi to Dan. Notification that came in along with Bugley. Maybe you want to pick them up.
No problem. Well, let me turn it back over to Dan. The Optimod sounds great, and I'm amazed that you actually increased the high-frequency boost from 75 to 150 microseconds. Dan, are you running any other type of audio equalization above and beyond the Optimod, or are you allowing the Optimod to do all the EQ for you? And I'm completely unfamiliar with the TV Optimod. I don't remember if they were 6-band devices. I know you said you're only running 2 bands right now, but I think they also had the SCA, not the SCA rather, I'm sorry, the stereo generator was built into them as well. I'm sure that you disabled that, but I'd be curious. It really sounds quite good. I can hear that classic Optimod signature. I can always tell there's a certain characteristic, an audio characteristic that those things have. And the reason why I don't run mine frequently at all is I had a lot of issues, and you may remember this from the old AM phone days when I used to be a poster up there. You had a lot of issues with overshoot in terms of the negative going modulation. I could never get a decent ratio of positive peaks and negative peaks. As soon as I would hit the baseline, I would maybe hit 80% in the positive direction. And it's still here in the shack. I could patch it in anytime I wanted to. But the limiter that I still always come back to is still the Innovonics 222. Just a regular basic audio peak limiting circuit. I'm not using the NSRC high frequency boost. I'm doing that with my graphic EQ. And I get very good control over the modulation. And I can look at the mod monitor right now, and she's consistently hitting like 120, 125%. And I'm just not hitting the baseline. I'm hitting occasionally 95% in the negative direction. So again, I'm kind of curious what you did to that thing, and maybe you can describe the basic configuration of the TV Optimod, the number of bands it has, and again, if it still has the stereo generator built in. Very, very interesting, very intriguing. W1DAN in the group. This is W2XR.
Okay, very good. W2XR, W2GCR, WDIL. And and I just read this afternoon your tree issue in your backyard. We saw part of your greenhouse coming down. I'm glad you got in time. So good to talk to you, and good to hear you back on the radio. Bear, you have something for cactus needles, don't you? You talked about it on the ride down to go see Nick. Now you're talking about it again. And yeah, 78's beautiful overall. If the record is not destroyed by steel silos, pretty decent high end, generally up to that. And generally decent answering, which is what I enjoy. On this Optimum, the stereo generator is a BTSC stereo generator.
that uses IBX noise reduction. It is an entire different 4-rack unit box that has little or no in this situation. Basically no use in this situation. So this is it's similar to the Optimot FM, except it does not have the stereo generator built in. So low pass filter at about 15 kilohertz, high pass at about 50 hertz, compressor from 50 to 200, and main compressor from 200 to 80 kilohertz, wideband, and then here's your preamp assist, and then a PCHF unit, 50 unit. And there's clipping on that, and then there's clipping cancellation. So, and then there's Hilbert clipping. Hilbert clipping is essentially an INQ form of clipping that creates intermodulation distortion, but not harmonic distortion. So that's really different from those tracks as compared to the Optimot FM. So this is essentially an Optimot FM with some modifications. I hope that answers your question. So just pushing the mid-range a little bit more, trying to compare the high end with the need to do more something. I've been able to get these for short money or free, and the shorter the money, the hotter the soldering. W2XR. Well, let's go to pairs. WB2GCR, W1GS. Always. Good evening. Your pair, WB2H3K, why don't you take it? Well, the conditions haven't changed, does it?
Hi, George. Good to hear you. You're 2.5 up here. Yeah, I'm drifting in and out, guys. I don't mean with the QSC. I mean trying to do something on the shack here. So if I don't pick it up, just keep going. I'll be there the next time.
So as a quick aside, Bear, what did you pick up from this place?
George, WA1AZX. Paul. I doubt that AA1AR or N1LZH are on are your view. Nothing for that. Now,
Victor.
December 5th, 2020, New York, Radio Swansea, Vintage Radio, Communications, Windsor, Connecticut, was reported to be on. Latest news from your website.
Questions, concerns, adjustments? Anybody would like to check in? Remember, no park on campus? All that. Yeah. Well, anyone else would like to talk? Would you please read the treasurer's report?
This is WB2 Victor Queen. Box Treasurer's Report for November 2020. Balance in the bank account at the end of October 2020, $9,500. Last meeting, $45. Interest, $0.40. Donation, membership file, W1 Mark Meadow, $50. U.S. Silver. Progress. Letters, thank you for the donation to the U.S. field workers in memory of Bob, W1RZO. Drop it. Membership. Total paid up members in 2020.
John, C2XLG. And they have been checked. They're on the FCC database with their address and their calls, and they're legitimate, so they're accepted as members. They invite you to come over.
Okay. So I guess we have electricity for September instead of August. And is it K1ABL or ABI? You have an L on the sheet that I have.
Yeah, ABL.
What?
ABL.
Yes, K.
Hey, and anyone else have corrections, concerns, questions on our treasurer's report S? Red, please. Nothing except those as red. Okay. At this time, I'd like to check in with our out-of-here meeting. Please call now. Once again, sounds like it's going to be a short one. And my signal's not so great tonight. Thing I've got is Nesnick. I renewed the Great Barrington 145-7 repeater. We coordinated with Nesnick again. Will be. They didn't send me the confirmation, but it's been submitted for renewal. The lodge last 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's locked up, alarmed up. So during the times, if you're listening and you hear the words doors open or doors closed, without any of the officers acknowledging the alarm, please get a hold of me so I can get a hold of DCR and ask them if they know of anybody going off. So that's we'll start listening for that repeater. Over. So I've been noticing that Obi is actually getting into the repeater with his HT. Speech sounds fairly normal for Obi, but he calls a few times, but nobody answers him. So that's not good. There's a lot more people out there that are listening. Just acknowledge that he's getting in. And yeah. DJKV, I know you're going to want to talk about this, and I'll turn it over to you. The online CAM courses or VE tests. About that.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, Will has turned over the VE liaison to me. We are doing a course. We went with 5 people. We only have 4 VEs that signed on so far to do online. Let me roll. We'll be doing it through Zoom with hamstudy.org and their exam tools. It will be December 12th at 1 p.m. I do have some new business for the club when we get to that point, but yeah, it will be December 12th at 1 p.m. And we have all 5 slots booked up right now.
And really, that's it for my list of nothingness here. Okay, turn it back over. KD2JKV. You said you had some new business. Please go ahead.
Yes, 2 things. One, you guys changed the website over. Will has turned VE over to me. And 2, I have to pay for the Zoom. It's $15 for unlimited. And I wanted to see if the club was willing to put up the $15 to pay for the Zoom for the VE session.
Okay, I've created an OBARC Zoom account. At the moment, it's a free one, but I don't have an unlimited account on it. that's something else I think we got to discuss.
I have a free account too, and with 5 people in the session, it's gonna, the free account's like 40 minutes. This is gonna take at least 2 or 3 hours. We only have 4 people and 5 people at a time.
Okay. Well, we do have a quorum where we can call somebody, but $15 is below any budgets. What I would need is someone to make a motion to authorize $15 payments either. Now, how do you have this Zoom set up? As your private account or what? Over?
Yeah, I have it set up as my private account because I've been using it for Aries meetings and that. And so I do have, my PayPal for everybody's paying into it. So I can use it that way, or we can put it under the NoBark. It works either way for me. I'd rather put it under NoBark.
Discussion. Somebody else has thoughts on this?
Yeah, my question is this $15 for a one-time thing, or do you open an account for $15 a month and then you cancel it? What's the story? I'm not there. So maybe we'll pay the
Well, it's $2 a month, and it's not an auto pay thing. So if we do this one and we don't have one in January, we don't have to pay for it until we do the next one, which I'm planning on probably spring. So we're just looking for, at this point, it's $15. It's per month, but we don't have to pay for it every month because we're not going to be using it for every month.
Okay. It's a question of the cost of a month. That's no big deal. We can handle that. So, yeah, like I said, I created it. I haven't actually tested it out to make a test Zoom meeting, but I've got all the username and passwords. I can forward that to you. And then, see. Yeah, we'll get it figured out.
I put it under NoBark since I did put the test session itself under NoBark. I figured that the Zoom should be put under NoBark as well. TV2JKV.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, my thoughts on it. In the events that we can have these meetings online, why doesn't the club come up with a Zoom account for the club, which you said you already have, pay $15 a month for that, and anytime there's a VE session, have the VE session reimburse the club for the time that they use it. They do collect a fee. There is a reimbursement available through the VE session, I believe. So, just my thoughts.
Comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the fees we collect, the $15 goes to the ARRL because they charge us for the to do the sessions. We have to charge people to do the sessions. If we reimburse the club, then the ARRL would have to reimburse us. At some point in time, we have to put in the paperwork for the club to reimburse any out of pocket.
Okay.
One tangle. Roger that. That's the way it works.
Okay. Well, all right. I will then create the Zoom account as the official. Well, I'm calling the official NoBark one because it's actually attached to the Yahoo Mail account for Nobark, so that's as official as you can get it in this realm. I'll pay for it and then get the money from him. Unless you choose PayPal, then you can use our PayPal.
Okay, one, yes, okay.
It's in.
I'll check on the PayPal balance what's in there. I think there's more than $15 in there. But, the free account is probably free. Damn, or not. It's, whatever. Yeah, the air within 40 minutes. Or not. Close enough. So we really only need it for the night when the meeting session is held for several hours.
Of it is that you have to create that account. I have to upgrade the account anyway, so I'll have to pay for 1 month anyway. To get that pretty, so all we have to do is pay-per-view after that. Go ahead, Sigurd.
Yeah, if the other gentleman already has an account that's a paid account, why can't we just pay it $50?
Peter, he doesn't have a paid account, though.
Well, I've just kind of been using it for Mary fees and that.
Double it,
Figure my account is the same as the Nobark account. It's just a free account for, the 40 minutes.
Roger, okay.
Peter, would it be easier for you to get reimbursed via the ARRL or what?
To be honest, Eric, I'm not sure because I'm just taking this over for Will. I have the paperwork to put it in, to get reimbursed by the ARRL. I'm just not sure how long that would take.
Okay, I would think you could put that like under expenses. If there was a rent for the hall or they can reimburse that way.
Yes, they do reimburse for out of pocket. Just put that paper in, with all the order for everything going to the club after the, going to the league after the test.
Okay, so I'm going to believe that the Zoom monthly would be a reimbursable fee.
Yes, any out-of-pocket expenses will be reimbursed by the league.
Okay, I'm going to say that once the account that you've got set up, and then give that a try, let us know. Just heard a noise that came out. Any other questions concerning the Zoom account stuff?
Okay, so we're going to pay for it at this end and get the league to reimburse it, or what are we doing? Because I got lost in confusion here.
Okay, since you're head honcho for the meeting, and you've got to submit paperwork and payments to the league, it would be easier, I think, if you personally were being reimbursed from the league directly instead of Nobark's paid for the thing, you're submitting, and it's getting somehow Nobark paid back. There's an extra payment step in there that needs to be more expensive.
Yeah, I just figured I'd bring it to the club, but that was my first thing. I was going to put it up if the club couldn't do it or we had other plans. But yeah, we're good. We can do that. Yeah, that seems to be part of what I would consider the expenses entailed by the city. But that's all no. Roger, roger, Reg. There's no motion made, so there. Okay, let's just call up anybody else like to check in. About all that.
Here is Kilo 2 Whiskey Golf.
WG. Yes, I received your email, but I didn't have an email address to respond.
Okay, I thought about that afterwards. I've got to get that off to you. I'll send it my email to your email, and we'll be good.
Yes. Okay. Any more new business? Go ahead, Dave.
I know we have membership fees, so I see the membership list for the website. Also, my brother, Obi, did have another meeting with him. He's doing well. Yes, I'm here. So, as far as all nine and other letters getting thrown in, but yes, it would be nice to respond back to him. He doesn't want to stay on that long, so hopefully that'll happen. Yeah, starting December 6th, first Sunday of the month. Mark Newcomer's Roundtable back at 6 p.m. Something else involved with it. Probably open it up to everybody at the same time. And hopefully we can get newcomers to get in there and older people to all the knowledge newcomers are looking for. So we'll hear one thing.
Anyone ask you on? Just kind of looking through here. Okay, I've got the Wires X info. The Echo-Link room numbers or anything listed. I know it's only a part-time thing, but if you want to put the Echo-Link node number up on the webpage.
I'm not sure about a node number. I just back to Lake
On the webpage, above or below where it says Wires X, add Echo-Link connection via J1FFK/R gate.
I believe it's a dash.
Okay, -R. But also put on Echo-Link part-time use only or part-time access only. It's turned on and off on command.
I had to open up the program and make sure.
Yes, that's for anybody that is only capability of Walmart or Walmart has the capability to operate during that time. All that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, normally when I set that up, it comes on about a half hour before the next time. Goes off about an hour after the next time. So I have a chance to chat some more.
Okay, so add that skip half hour before, hour after. Or any new business, or anyone who would like to check into the no mark on the air.
I have the no mark K1SSC repeater manually set up to automatically send me a notification whenever it comes online.
That's nice. That nice feature, I guess. Okay. Anyone else like to make some questions, comments, or have anything they would like to bring up on the net? Hey, it's a quick one. This is KA1SUN, no mark on the air meeting. Looking for a motion to close the net, 6:31 p.m. Any objections, please call now.
Eric, before you close the net, one question. Would you be interested in doing the Zoom meeting next month if we still have to get here?
Yes, I definitely would like to do it. What I want to do first is a test call with the board of directors first. And then what I've got to do is I've got what I call the no bark board or no bark. Well, I have two lists. One called the board or no bark board. One's got a big bunch of people on it. The other one does not. Just directors only. And I will try to get set up and do a scheduled evening test with a few people to see how it plays out.
Okay, if you don't have time for that, let me know and we'll see if I can't help you out with that.
Okay, I know Tim didn't like the password I changed because it's way too long, which is why I picked it for security reasons.
That's what my question was. Yes, if you want to close the net, I'll make the motion. So nobody else has any objection.
Hearing no objections or no additional questions or comments, I would say let's close the meeting at 6:33 p.m. Thank you for all coming that checked in, questions, comments, and all those that listened. That's now closed. KA1SU.
Almost 10 minutes longer than last one.
I know. And the same thing with Zoom. I don't expect too many to check into Zoom, but who knows? Maybe then we can show toys on the air. Yeah, we'll see. It can work, and sometimes it gets confused. In fact, I have one tomorrow night at 6 I got to check into, too. But, and I hope the E section side of it works good. That it's a time thing for there, where you do need longer time, but get as many as you need on there to answer questions and teach. All right, guys. If there's anything else, come down and go upstairs for the night. Anyone else?
Great. Just one thing.
73 WB2VVQ. I guess you can release the frequency to regular usage now.
I'd rather release it back to irregular usage.
K1SSK. One. Yes, yes. Okay.
between that. Or even Southern Vermont Amateur Radio Club between that. The Senate on Sunday evenings at 8 p.m. local time. It is a format. The exchange of information and ideas and welcome to join. This is WNDU next control. Go ahead.
This is K2I IR.
This is KB1 NFQ. I'm waiting in the third room. K2IIR, welcome to KB1 NFQ. Welcome to the station. K2IIR, good evening, go ahead.
K2IIR. Good evening to you, Chuck. We're slowly easing into winter here. Not too much to report, just been keeping busy around the house. Sadly, that ham radio and that sort of thing is on the top of my list. But I have dug up the cable to connect my radio up to the computer so I can download the proper info into it, so I'll get into the repeater, hopefully with the proper tone. I'm going to try and work some time in tomorrow to make sure that happens. It's embarrassing that I can't even check into the repeater. Hope all's going well with you and you're handling everything at home. I guess you know what it's like getting priorities rearranged as different things transpire. WA1NBU, K2IIR.
Okay, very good. Well, we're surviving. If you want to do good evening and hello everybody. Hope everybody's doing fine tonight. Yes, you are right. It's getting colder, and but the house is warm, so you know that's all I can ask. And anyway, it's been a nice day. We are going to have a Thanksgiving here, just the two of us. Chris and Beth decided not to come, basically because they want to, preserve our health, and who knows what anybody can bring. So they're just gonna stay there in Oneonta, and we're gonna stay here. So we heard about the little saw-whet owl that came from right down the street from Chris. He went by it every day as he walked his dog, as they cut it down and wrapped it up, and then discovered, I think, when they got it almost all wrapped up, that there was this little saw-whet in the branches. It was cute. He, of course, he's a biologist. He just loves this kind of interesting story. Anyway, that's it for me. Back to the net, gentlemen. Okay, very good. Any other stations wish you to join, please call us up. Where would it be? Go ahead.